Good afternoon, this is Malkazar returning with another installment in the Final Fantasy XIV story playthrough. Last we played, we finally got all the items needed to get into the dungeon over there. It was actually a trial, it was not a duty per usual. We defeated the Light Warden, as you can tell. The light is back to normal, and it actually can be night over here, so let's real quick get the rest of this map, and then we will get back over here and continue the story. A wheel turns, eh? That's the name of it. Reminds me of Wheel of Time, which I've only watched the first 2 episodes of so far on Amazon. It's pretty good. At least we got some nice music. Dang, a bunch of little pieces over here. Alright, let's go this way. Turn around in a weird way in order to get this one. There we go. Go up here, get that one. Oh, come on. I'm not going to use my free teleports until I have to spend 1,000 gil to do it. I essentially just saved myself 3,000 gil, which is kind of ridiculous, but whatever. I think they give me a full stack or something, but that's just me thinking out loud. Cool. Alright, and then the other one is way over there, so I'll go ahead and teleport. Nope. Almost there. Really? Go all the way over here to get that little piece. There we go. I have now gotten the entirety of Ilmig. Now let's go ahead and continue the story. Oh, that's right. Our little friend that was our essentially banker, the ability to transmit items between our world and the other one, became the king of the fairies. Come on, Thancred. I knew you could do it, and not only because of your blessing. You have a strength all on your own, and it has seen us through many a trial. With the warden defeated, I believe our work here is done. It is time we were going together, needless to say. To the bitter end, the fate of our 2 worlds being at stake and all that. Now then, I suggest we hurry back to the Crystarium. Much and more may have happened while we were frolicking with the Fey folk. That Ranjit elected to pursue us makes me hopeful the city was spared Yulmore's attentions. But I would sooner see for myself. Besides, I believe I speak for us all when I say that I've had a belly full of Ilmig. Let us wait before the fairies think to play with us again. Okay. Back to the Crystarium. I may take a minute also to go back to Lakeland and finish up that map. Should go get that real quick. What is it? Right next to the rookery. Of course, it's above me. That way, when I'm running around, if I see a sightseeing log, I can grab it. No, is it down or is it up? Like, there it is. Come on. There we go. Perfect. Actually, let's do a little bit of cleanup before we continue, because my inventory is getting pretty gnarly. Go to pendants, go to my house, put things in my armory that I don't want to get rid of. All right, where's my armory? Oh, that'll save me some time. Now let's go to Limsa. That was a good time to use my ticket. Oh well. I'll have another chance. I like to give me 99 of them, which they should have. They could actually make a dent in how much I'm saving. Might take a while. Maybe not, because I'm already getting pretty close to my max. Yep, and I have to buy something. Alright, let's see if there's some good. Like there's some barding, but I don't remember if my chocobo has the barding yet. We will find out. Yep, I have all the limits and bardings. Okay. Might as well just buy a bunch of glamour prisms. Yep, let's do that. Nice. right. Trying to keep all those blue items for when I actually work up my next tank class, so they have access to those. It'd be really nice if I was, you know, working on my Zodiac weapons, because there's a lot of things in there I need, but not worried about that right now. Strange that I couldn't put these in the armoire. Well, either way, I cleared out quite a bit. So I think we are ready to move on. Let's head back to the Crystarium. And yes, let's use a free teleport. I should get rid of all of these too. They're useless to any other class except for the one I'm currently playing. But we'll deal with that another time. Alright, Alize, what do you have for me? Is it voice acting, maybe?
All seems well at the Crystarium.
Yes. Yulmore was plainly more concerned with finding us. How flattering.
You certainly took your time. I had half resolved to complete the task myself.
And you are...
Were one to study the annals of Garlean history, one would find yonder visage on many a page. Though by rights its youth should long since have faded.
Well, well, we have a historian in our midst. That spares me a lengthy explanation. I am Solus Sos Galvus, founding father of the Garlean Empire, and under various guises, the architect of myriad other imperially inclined nations. As for my true identity, I am Emmett Selk, Asian.
Gaius spoke of you, a native of the Source.
Equal in rank to La Habrea. And you came all this way to introduce yourself to us.
Behold the sky, restored to its former glory. Have you ever seen a more affecting spectacle? Oh, it is truly, deeply infuriating. Do you have any idea how much you have delayed the rejoining? Following the flood, the first had been listing ever further towards the light, towards stasis. The end was in sight. Enter man and his indomitable spirit. He would haul the world back from the brink.
Heck yeah. Look at your plans.
His lumpen weight to the power of growth. He duly tipped the scales, if only by a fraction. Yet a fraction was enough to spoil the perfect imbalance needed to bring about a rejoining. Had mankind continued to live in idleness under Vorthry's rule, all the conditions would have been met.
Sorry to disappoint you.
But you had to come and ruin it all. Thanks to your meddling, light supremacy is in doubt, and our painstakingly laid plans are in tatters.
Well, I should begin by thanking you for confirming Urianger's theories on the inner workings of the Calamity. He will be most pleased. As for what happens next, might I suggest you admit defeat and walk away?
Happy to let me go, are you? Because the murderous glint in your eye suggests otherwise. Indeed, it is enough to make me think better of confronting you alone. Look, it did cross my mind to simply side with Vorthry and kill you all. But that's no different from what La Habrea did. And we all know how well that ended for him. And so, while it is liable to be troublesome, I have settled upon a different approach. Cooperation. I will not raise a hand to hinder your hunt for the Light Wardens. If you desire it, I will even lend you my knowledge and strength.
Since time immemorial, you and yours have labored to rejoin the 13 shards, at the cost of countless lives. Do you expect us to believe that your objective has suddenly changed?
Nay, our objective is the same as it ever was. Though I dare say, you do not know our motive. A war waged without knowledge of the enemy is no war. It is mere bloodletting. Just once. Might we not seek to find common ground? For good or ill, I am immortal. Provided I have the inclination, I can always begin anew, scheme and conspire to my heart's content. But this time I thought that I might instead try to see eye to eye, to understand what drives the hero of the Source, to determine if our goals are truly incompatible. So come, shed your preconceptions. See beyond the unscrupulous villains you take us for. When all is said and done, we may find ourselves pleasantly surprised. The proud discoverers of a path of cooperation rather than opposition. Think of it.
Thou hast delivered thy proposal, and we would not dismiss it outright. If I may offer thee counsel, however, to make thy case via an illusion reflecteth poorly upon thy sincerity.
My apologies. You will forgive me if I'm not entirely at ease in the presence of a famed Ascian slayer. I felt it only prudent to take precautions. Nonetheless, your counsel is duly noted. I take my leave, friends. Rest assured, we shall meet again soon.
What a weirdo. Operation? You can't be serious. Annie? Well, we've certainly been given much to ponder, but first things first, we should report to the Exarch. You can run along, Alcazar. We're perfectly capable of handling this little task. In light of your recent exertions, I'd see you've earned a rest. Go on, take yourself off to bed. We'll see you later, refreshed and ready for more. Before I go, because I'm going to be putting more stuff in the armoire, I'm going to go repair everything. Axel the Mender. There we go. Retire to my quarters. Sandwich basket. Bum 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 bum. Warrior of Darkness time. Was that supposed to be a yawn? Thanks for the food. I hope the past few days have not been overly taxing. Pray take your rest and recover.
From the Exarch, is it? With that mirror of his, he can watch your every move, you know. You'll probably think you're talking to yourself. Still, he's keeping you well fed. Judging by his people's faith in him, he seems to be a decent sort. But so much about him remains shrouded in mystery. Like, what was he doing back in my day? There was no such person when I was around. A lot's happened since the flood, though. Since I was set adrift. I know little more than you do of this city's history in the Exarch's past. Not that it matters. It's Emmett's Selk we should be concerned about. When our world was about to be consumed by light, the Ascian in white appeared before us. He said that the only way for us to live on was to bring about the rejoining. Desperate as we were, we heeded his words, not realizing that the flood was of the Ascian's own making. They cannot be trusted. None of them. But Emmett Selk had one thing right. One should not fight blindly. That's what we did. And it cost us everything we held dear.
Not everything.
You mean Seto? Well, that's... I suppose you're right. He's done some growing. When we were traveling together, he was nowhere near as big. And he obviously couldn't speak. I had no idea how much that medallion meant to him. What about you, anyway? You must have a friend like Seto. Chocobo, perhaps? Come on, you tell me something for a change.
We're having a chat. Aw, buddies. I kicked your butt a while ago. Like materialized from the bed. That was weird. Like my wings are inside the pillow. Yep. Fed and rested. Let's do this. Can I start inside so I can do this real quick, or do I need to go back inside? I might have gotten a new title for that. That one. Yep, Faye touched. Good evening to you, sir. I hope you're well rested. The Exarch and your companions are presently gathered in the Ocular. He asks that you convene with them at your earliest convenience. I'll drop these off real quick. Remove more stuff from my inventory that I don't really want to carry around. Need that. I'll keep that around. In case I want to start a low level. All the Squall cosplay, no need. Cool. There, now I can put these in here. Come on. All the old school paladin only stuff. Let's get it in here. I think that's everything. So I did clear out even more. I could do glamour plates, but I'm not worried about it. Okay. I doubt I have not yet hired a retainer. It's weird because it used to be a force thing. You had to actually get the retainers. Oh, there's a mender right there. Good to know. What does that one do? Manic Pixie Dream Realm. I assume that unlocks the beast tribes.
Ah, there you are. You're just in time to welcome our guest.
Huh. He's in here talking directly to the Exarch. What?
Please. Did I not explicitly tell you that we would be meeting again soon? Lest you forget, I made you a promise. I have no intention of meddling with your mission. I come only to observe. Your Exarch friend in particular has piqued my curiosity. Summoning you all like that. Most impressive.
You honestly expect us to believe you've come only to observe? Or that you might deign to lift a finger to aid our cause if called upon? Even if there were a sliver of truth in your words, I would never accept your help. Not in my darkest hour. Not after all the suffering your kind has wrought.
So petty. I meant what I said, and I said what I meant. Wage your war against the Sin Eaters, put each and every Light Warden to the sword, prove yourselves heroes, brave and true, and I will be glad to embrace you as allies.
No, I don't want to do it.
Allies worthy of bearing the burden of truth. Surely such a partnership would be preferable to yet another round of fisticuffs.
Fisticuffs.
And thus did the olive branch wither and die. Pity. Well, let no man say I did not try, futile as it was. Though I suspect you will seek me out when you grow tired of making the same mistakes. Difficult decisions lie ahead of you. Decisions best made with the benefit of knowledge to which only the eternal are privy.
You don't know everything.
For now, I shall resume my shadowy vigil. Whatever you choose to do, make sure it's worth watching, would you?
I'm gonna be a creeper over here.
What was that all about?
A vain attempt to make us doubt our chosen course, most like. As if we'd believe a word that passed his lips. Unless you think there is some truth in what he says.
Not one jot.
I share your suspicion, of course. But if he simply meant to lead us astray, he could have done so without revealing himself. At least, not in the manner he did. It goes without saying that an alliance with the Ascians is out of the question. But since we have no way of knowing where they might be hiding, it seems only logical to press on with our mission, even if our enemy seems content for it to succeed.
Then let us discuss the Sin Eaters. I would begin by thanking you all for your efforts thus far. In striking down the Light Wardens of Lakeland and Ilmeg, you have accomplished more in your short time here than all of our forces managed in the last century.
That may be, but the Wardens of Calusia, Amarang, and Raktika remain.
Indeed, and their precise whereabouts are as yet unknown. Which is why I propose we divide our forces and conduct a systematic survey of each region. Once we have found our quarry, we may then determine how best to proceed.
I'll take Amarang in that case. I know the lie of the land well enough.
If there are no objections, I will make for Calusia. I have connections there both in and around Yulmore that may prove useful.
Then I would ask that you journey to Raktika. There you will find Y'shtola. With her assistance, I doubt the Warden will evade your grasp for long.
Is Y'shtola the conjurer you and Urianger used to talk about?
That's right. Though we haven't spoken much since she left for the first.
I fear I may be to blame for that. I had every intention of relaying the news of your arrival, but she is disinclined to speak with me.
What'd you do?
You have visited her, have you not? Might I trouble you to...
Twould be no trouble.
My thanks. While you are all out in the field, I shall be here attending to business. I had somewhat fancifully contemplated joining the search myself, but other matters demand my attention.
What's that?
A missive from Lord Vorthry. He invites me to join him in Yulmore to discuss the recent conflict at Lida Luran.
It's a trap.
And? Did he even bother to offer any bait? It's obviously a trap.
I should be surprised if it were not. Nevertheless, I must seize this opportunity to speak with him, even if only a few words are exchanged. Though my power will be much diminished so far from the tower, it is a risk I am willing to take. Master Alphino, might I impose upon you to accompany me to Yulmore prior to beginning your reconnaissance?
Of course.
There are some nods.
Let us make ready. Safe travels to you all.
Before you leave, I would make a request of you. There's a church, or rather the ruins of a church, at Fort Job. Might I ask you to go there before seeking out Y'shtola? It is a place where people once gathered to worship the light. Alas, it has long since fallen into disuse. Yet within that hall there remains a tablet whose writings I believe may prove of use to Y'shtola. At the very least, such a relic would make a suitable gift for your reunion. A most considerate proposal. Very well, ere we depart to Raktika, we shall journey unto Fort Job that we might secure this relic. I'll do that momentarily. Let me get this map while I'm here. Not seeing any sightseeing things yet. But they're usually just not out in the wild locations. They're usually like, some of them are, I guess. They'll usually be over here in like little settlements. Down here. This piano is awesome. It's a cool looking island. It used to be a living thing. Well, the source. But I'm not in the source. I guess that's the name of this lake slash ocean bay. It is lake land, so it's probably just a giant lake. Let me check over here, see if there's like a sightseeing thing. This might be an area for one. Actually, surprised it's not. Oh, one way up there, but whatever. Check it out. No, whatever. Let's check it out. Oh man. Figured as much. Will it automatically dismount me? Of course it won't. I can spell. There it is. All right, now that I have that all done, let's head back and actually continue. Get my full screen back. It looks so much better. Here amidst these ruins, we will find the Church of the First Light. and within that hallowed hall the tablet we seek. Time is of the essence, my friend. Let us be quick. At the height of Lakeland's prosperity, these sites serve not as man's final bastion, but as a testament to his ingenuity and architectural prowess. The Church of the First Light was responsible for many such marvels, building majestic temples in every corner of the realm. Alas, the flood with its inexorable tides would drown nigh every one, and did all but put an end to the religion as a whole. For the creatures which then did rise from the fulgent deluge were seen as agents of divine punishment, sent to devour sin and sinner both, hence became the name of Sin Eater. People were lost, seemingly forsaken by their god. Yet where there was light, there hath never been shade, and 'twas in the dark they sought solace. The most devout of those worshippers of shadow did then migrate to the Rectica Greatwood, but that is a tale for another time. For now, let us find what remaineth of the chapel here. So it's not like Final Fantasy X. We have to worry about sin. Sin! Oh, is there a thing up here? Aw, man. Here's the remains of the church. Probably going to be under... Yeah. Figured as much. Aye, this is indeed the church we seek. It's surprisingly intact. What little is left of the churches I've seen until now has always borne the scars of decades of disuse. Its subterranean construction hath done much to protect the hall from the ravages of time, yet the reason for its remarkable preservation may be deduced from its decoration. As faith in the light did wane, so rose reverence for the dark. And its followers did want for places of worship. To be plain, the standards which do adorn those walls belong not to those who built them, but to the worshippers of the dark, the knights blessed, who subsequently migrated to Rectica, yes? Indeed, it was beneath the shade of boughs at the Rectica Greatwood that they finally found sanctuary. Oft and many times did Yulmore make spurious overtures of friendship unto them, but they are no fools. The Exarch knoweth full well that Y'shtola in her seclusion doth labor to learn all she may of the blessed in their past. That is why he sent us here, I now see. What? The tablet of which he spoke, no doubt, provideth a glimpse into the history that she so yearneth to comprehend. Well then, we better hurry up and find it. Zoom in and try to find it with your eyes. Let's see if there's an easy found tablet. You're gonna tell me what the Infernal tablet even looks like. With a tablet, a fragment of Holy Scripture, 'twould most assuredly rest here up on this altar. Yet this would, I presume, also been where the blessed placed the font of seeing used in the practice of their faith. Whither then would they have set the tablet? I can barely see my hand in front of my face. If only that torch were a little closer. You've located the time-worn tablet. I found it! All the way over here. Yeah, there it is. Within the altar, thou sayest. – Not escapeth thine eye, which would seem. This is indeed the tablet we seek. Curious, these engravings predate the Knights Blessed. If I am not mistaken, they are written in the script of the ancient Empire of Ronka, whose capital once stood in the midst of what is now Rektika. It will be no small matter to decipher them. A fine gift for our seeker of truth. This plain the Exarch understands the Y'shtola only too well. But come, let us quit this place and make ready for our journey into the woods. Ere we depart, there is a custom of the Knights Blessed which I feel compelled to elucidate. As one might expect, they deem light to be abhorrent, and everything it touches befouled. Thus do they take the utmost pains to protect all they can from its taint, including their very names. To speak plain, it is the belief of the Blessed that one's own name must never be uttered in the light of the everlasting day. Yet this commandment precludeth not the use of another's. Thus do parents protect their children, and in rare cases masters their disciples. So it is that Y'shtola hath taken the name of Master Matoya. Lest we offend them, I bid you not speak her true name in the Blessed's presence. With that in mind, let us speak with the guard who keepeth vigil at the great woods border. Bow. Later. What business brings you here? Right this way. Huh.
No matter how far he goes, man cannot resist looking back on the path he has walked. The untold stories and secrets of the past can be more alluring than the promise of tomorrow. And so he braves the forests of Rektika in search of mystery and wonder. Of Ronka, to which all seekers of hidden truths are inevitably drawn.
We have arrived. Vast though these woods may be, they are, by and large, uninhabitable. Not so the swamps of Cydia, however, whose sparse foliage permitted man a foothold.
You just can be following us everywhere.
No lands must remain beyond our grasp. Go forth, conquer, rule.
Forgive me. A sudden pang of nostalgia for those halcyon days. Exploring virgin territories, subjugating primitive peoples, all for the glory of Garlemald.
If you've brought your ivory standard, I'll be happy to tell you where to stick it.
Can we not simply take a moment to enjoy the view together? Or would you rather I spied on you from the shadows? Much more of this, and I may very well begin to regret my show of good faith.
If you really want to stay, then help us fight.
What?
No, I think not. I am an observer, nothing more. Even shielded by the shadows of these boughs, I feel the light's presence most keenly. To accompany you is taxing enough. To fight is out of the question.
I will suffer your company if I must, but not your commentary.
He's actually there. What's up? His planar Asian counterpart meaneth to follow wheresoever we lead. Were it otherwise, he would not suffer the overabundance of light in these woods. Verily, it pervadeth every corner, and so long as the light warden remaineth, the Sin Eaters shall be free to prey upon these lands without surcease. If naught is done, 'tis but a matter of time before the blessed succumb. 2 years past, a swarm of Sin Eaters did lay waste unto their largest settlement, killing a great many of their priests in so doing. Though some few did survive, they knew not how to go on, wayward souls in want of a guiding hand. For mercy, Y'shtola hath provided that which they sorely needed. They have since endeavored to restore their home, and thither shall we bend our steps to Fort Gome. Not yet! Aether Compass! North. Oh, come on. I see you. Eastbound. Heck yeah. Eastbound and down. Okay. Of course. Alright, so I need to find something to there it is. And this is
No sign of recent activity, nor hath any meaningful progress been made with the reconstruction. Mayhap Y'shtola sought shelter elsewhere. Come, let us quit this place.
Surround them!
I don't want to fight you.
These Senators, they're not like the others.
There's a reason for that. Lower your weapons, please. We mean you no harm.
How is it they can speak?
It's a Sin Eater trick. They mean to kill us all.
Koopo. Please, we're not Sin Eaters. Oh, Koopa, that would've been funny.
Perhaps they speak the truth.
Oh, for the love of... I had hoped that by accompanying you, we might come to understand one another. But all I have come to understand is that you have a knack for inflaming the natives. You've committed the cardinal sin of boring me. And so, I retire to the shade.
We'll do it in front of everybody.
Good luck.
see that one disappear?
Thanks, dude.
I think I preferred La Habrea.
Enough. Runard, report.
Master Matoya.
Hello, Master Matoya. That's a cool new outfit.
We apprehended them as you ordered, but are you certain these are Sin Eaters?
The intense light of the ether I saw was unmistakable. If not Sin Eaters, then what?
Tis passing queer that Y'shtola should mistake us for the enemy, is it not? Mayhap it hath been too long since last she beheld the radiance of thine ether. Master Matoya, hath time truly made strangers of us?
Nay, I recognize you, Urianger, Thancred. And this is Minfilia of the First, of whom you spoke before.
Just so. And knowing as thou must that we come in peace, might I prevail upon thee to have thy comrades lower their arms?
First explain this other presence in your company, the one I know not. There is but one manner of creature in this world whose ether is suffused with such an abundance of light.
Mine apologies, Master Matoya, but thou art mistaken. Before thee standeth our dearest comrade, the truest hero among us. Though he is but recently arrived here in the First, not one but 2 Light Wardens have already perished by his most puissant hand.
It cannot be.
Nice to see you too, Master Matoya.
Master Matoya?
Lower your weapons. Forgive us this hostile welcome. Come. I would give you a proper introduction to Raktika and its people.
There we go. Y'shtola, you've been busy since arriving in the First, I gather, but I would hear the tale of your travails in more suitable surroundings. Fort Goen yet to be rebuilt, the Knights Blessed have made their home in the settlement to the northeast. I'll await you at its entrance. Follow the path through yonder gate, and you'll find me soon enough. Northwest. Over there. There we go, northeast. There you are. I was beginning to worry. Much like the Twelves would, this forest has a way of dealing with those who stray too far from the beaten path. But I digress. Let me show you the home of the Knights Blessed. Please do.
Thitherbow is the largest of the blessed settlements. They worship no gods, instead revering darkness itself. It is a curious kind of faith, but one which has granted them the strength to persevere in the wake of the flood. I hope you weren't expecting a grand feast by way of welcome. They are a simple people.
Never expect it.
Now, I would hear of your travels away from prying ears. Come.
Explain, explain. Ah, Matoya's music.
I see. And now you seek the Light Warden of Raktika. In the days after I arrived in the First, I too relied upon the Crystal Exarch for guidance. But his penchant for secrecy and the telling of half-truths soon lost him my trust. And thus did I strike out on my own. My work eventually led me here to the forest, which I have come to know like the back of my hand. I cannot say with certainty where your quarry is hiding, but I am confident I can narrow the search.
Well, go on then.
Some few thousand years ago, this forest stood at the heart of the Empire of Ronka. A great many relics of that civilization can still be found to the east in Ixmaya. Or rather, could be found, were the area not fiercely guarded. Ixmaya, you see, is home to a tribe of warriors whose lineage is said to date back to the time of the Empire. Any attempt to enter their territory is met with lethal force. They offer no warnings, and suffer no trespasser to escape. Needless to say, my every attempt to survey the area has been thwarted.
May the warden hideth there, full knowing none may approach it for fear of these protectors.
As for the tablet, I find the timing of its discovery suspiciously convenient. If I did not know better, I would think someone was trying to curry favor with me. Regardless, it will take time to decipher these writings. Yet I would not be at all surprised if they somehow held the key to entering Ixmaya unmolested. The Exarch has a nose for serendipity.
If there is aught I can do to assist thee in unraveling their secrets, thou needst only ask.
Thank you, Urianger. I may well take you up on that offer. While we set to work, might I suggest you take a tour of the city? Should you be in any doubt as to the importance of your role as the Warrior of Darkness, the people here will surely cure you of it.
I must say, Ishtola, while most of us have struggled to come to terms with our altered circumstances, you seem to have adapted rather well.
Lest you forget, Master Matoya and I dedicated our lives to uncovering the truth which hides at the heart of our world. Though separate, the fate of this reflection is nevertheless bound to that of our home. That I would be daunted by such an invaluable opportunity is absurd. But what of you, Thancred? Could it be that you are still struggling to come to terms with the nature of your young companion?
Dang.
so? Quite why you would speak thus and in this company, I do not know. Perhaps you left more of yourself back in the source than I assumed. If you'll excuse me.
Jeez.
He understands that I'm not the same. That I'm not her.
Understands, perhaps, but does not accept. The question being whether he ever will. And whether you will, more importantly. As difficult as your circumstances may be, they are yours, not his. 'Tis you and you alone who bears ultimate responsibility for your life. But you need not make any hard choices now. Why not go and get some fresh air, clear your head?
New pants. I'm not indifferent to Thancred's troubles. Nevertheless, I will not apologize for holding him to a higher standard after all these years. He's ever been a man of considerable resolve, and that is what I will continue to expect. Though it heartens me to know that some of us remain ourselves in spite of our present circumstances. I can but imagine how Alize and Alfino have changed since arriving here in the first. Change is a part of life. We can but hope it's changed for the better, or perhaps we shouldn't be concerned how you have changed. On to the first one. She needs less shade thrown at her. You're right. And after my untoward remarks to Thancred, no doubt he thinks I changed for the worst. I'll have to speak with him later. Return to the matter at hand. I really must begin work on deciphering this tablet. In the meantime, perhaps you take a look about Slitherbow. If there's anything you need, pray speak with Runar, the Plaza. I guess I have to speak with them directly, even though I don't really need anything. Welcome, friend. Welcome. My apologies for our less than hospitable greeting earlier. Tell me, what is your name? From where do you hail? From the Crystarium, I see. And this tablet you brought may help us find the Light Warden here in Rectica? Well, you're welcome to stay with us for as long as you need. Come, let me show you around. Would it be alright if I joined you? Of course, anything for the guests of our dear Master Matoya. Thank you. She means a great deal to the Knights Blessed, doesn't she? If not for her, we may have all perished in that great fire. With our priests slain and our home in ruins, we were at the mercy of the Sin Eaters. It was she who drove them back, and with her sage guidance, we were able to rebuild. Before long, she became a central figure in our community, a great oak within whose shadow many have come to find solace. That is not to say there were not those hesitant to grant an outsider such authority, myself included. Perhaps it is the smile in her eyes when she speaks of the sunless sea. I feel whole again now that she is with us, and I have no doubt the others feel the same. She is as much a part of the Knights Blessed as any of us, and we are grateful for all she does in service of the dark. But you did not hear this from me, yes? Now, you should know there are certain customs we ask guests to adhere to so long as they reside within Slitherbow. To show reverence to the dark? In a word, yes, but fear not, it is not too involved. Let us begin with something simple. Follow me. First, you swear a blood oath. And then you give us one of your toes. Should you see any of our people come to this chamber, they are likely returned from a journey beyond the borders of Rectica. We use the water stored here to cleanse ourselves of the light's impurity. A simple and perhaps peculiar custom, but it is one of our most important. Would you two kneel for just a moment, that I might rid you of the light's impurity? What if it actually worked and I lost all that light? As your nurse slightly sprays you with water, your skin begins to tingle. And with that, you have been cleansed of the light's blooded touch. How do you feel? I'm not sure, to be honest. Not refreshed exactly, but I do feel different. Has this water been treated in some way? It's poison. Only blessed by our priests. They are practicing the arcane arts. As such, it is said the waters imbue the water with a faint dark energy. A prickling sensation? No one has ever spoken of such a reaction before. I wouldn't say it was an unpleasant sensation, but I too felt something strange. The dark aspect of this water should have no discernible effect, unless... By the gods, Master Montoya was right. You are sin eaters. I jest. Wayfield was likely no more than the chill of the water. Perhaps now would be a good time for you to acquaint yourselves with the people of Slitherbow. We'll do tedious stuff. For that, I must teach you a customary greeting. Alin Tuta, in the language of the Raka, it is one of the several ways one might say good evening. The world is not safe as it was once was, and this greeting lets us quickly discern friend from foe. Is there a handshake or gesture we should know too? I would hate to offend anyone. You need not worry. Merely speak the words Alin Tuta, and they will know you as friends of the blessed. I will await your return here. Now go. They are likely to be heartened by your knowledge of our ways. Say Alin Tuta to greet the villagers. Okay. In say mode. Did it not work? Oh, do I have to do it? Oh, I have to do it. Oh, not capitalized. Howdy, woman smiles warmly. Newly come traveler, Alin Chisi, and welcome to Slitherbow. You must forgive us if we seem strangely reserved. We are quiet and taciturn people, silent and as serene as a sunless sea. The quiet makes it easy to discern the presence of eaters and other dangers here in the woods. Alin Chisi, welcome friend. I take it you will remain in these woods for some time, yes? Be wary of these woods. You will find poison in near everything you see. But fear not, our medicinal tea will keep you healthy. Ask and it is yours. Everyone is so kind and gracious. I was nervous at first, but already I'm starting to feel at home. There's still much I have to learn about the Knights Blessed, but their faith and strength of will is nothing short of inspiring. I can see now how they built such a thriving community. Ah, you are returned. Very good. No doubt they were glad of your company. It has been too long since we have had visitors. Remember, if you have any questions or if there is anything you need, do not hesitate to ask. Speaking of which, we must arrange food and lodgings for your stay. As friends of Master Matoya, we can ask for payment, but if you'd be willing to lend a hand, medium, it would be my pleasure. Overqualified. We are fortunate indeed to play host to such generous souls. The task I have in mind is simple enough. Kill something. All I ask is you take a jug and water the crops in the square. May I help too? It's kind of big. Of course. One of you can do the filling and the other the watering. Speak with Ursabel when you have finished. You'll be relieved to hear the crops have been tended to. What if they've already been watered? While I take care of that, I will see you to your room and a warm meal. Right then, I'll fill, you water. Can I do the more boring one? This is the only jug I could find which is small enough to lift, but I'm afraid there's a crack in the bottom. You need to hurry to the garden before the water leaks out. "45 seconds. I'm already kind of sprinting. Fetch another jug, take care of the rest. Let me grab this blue quest real quick. Was there enough water for the plot? Nope, only half. Well, only half. I see. Well, let me refill the jug for you. 30 seconds. Ursabel. There she is. I saw you do it, so you don't have to tell me, but okay. Well met, travelers. I observed you earlier speaking with others. Have you need of something? You water the crops. My apology for not noticing sooner. I've been rather distracted of late. That's excuse. Water the crops was always Tadia's duty, but she is no longer with us. I have since taken to sharing the duty, though never with guests. You are most kind. Is there anything else we could do to help? We could plan something if you like. There is no need. The plot is small, it is true, but it provides us with enough to survive. We asked for no more. I don't know how you manage. Had the Blessed not considered leaving, life would surely be easier almost anywhere else. I can understand why you might say that, but the easiest path is not always the right one. Tell me, do you know of our history? How our faith came to be? Yes, I believe so. The Knights Blessed was initially formed by those who lost their homes in the wake of the flood. What began as an occasional gathering of survivors eventually grew into a community which ultimately decided to strike out on its own in the Raktika Greatwood. I see you have read your history. But there is no history that is told, and one that is lived. Like so many in those times, the first of the Knights Blessed lost everything. Their homes, their loved ones, all they held dear. To make matters worse, none could say what became of the souls of those lost to the flood when their bodies were reborn as sin eaters. The people were without answers, without hope, their gods having drowned along with everything else. It seemed that nothing was beyond the reach of the light. But soon they realized that where there is light, there must be darkness. And in that truth, they found new faith, a belief that the souls of the departed would yet find peace beyond those burning skies and the sunless sea above. That is why we pray for the safe passage of wayward souls unto that blessed black abyss. For the return of the night, we might someday look upon the kingdom of heaven with our own eyes. We remain in these woods for the self-same reason our founders first chose them, that we may lead lives of simplicity, with the shade of these trees as a constant reminder of our faith. With so many seeking paradise in Yulmore, it's refreshing to find people who value a humbler existence. You were kind to say so. Many consider our way of life foolish, and so it must seem to those who yet cling to their worldly possessions. In times such as these, when everything can be taken away in an instant, it is all too easy to lose sight of why we fight to go on living. It is not to hold fast to material things, but to hold those who went before us in our hearts, to keep alive the legacy they have left us. This we must do for them, our children, and the generations yet unborn. To keep their legacy alive. Bum, bum, bum. Done tending to the crops already? Very good. It should not be long before your room is ready. Runar! Something's going on. We must fight. In the woods. Seed eaters. I fear they may have the touch. Where? In the grove of the southwest. For mercy, they've yet to wander any closer to Slitherbough. Then we have no need to engage. Inform the guard that no one is to set foot outside the village until they have moved on. Ah, dang it. I smacked the microphone. But sir, what of Tadia's Heartstone? It must be retrieved before the service. Of all the time for sin eaters to appear. Are you just going to leave them alone? Under normal circumstances, you would not hesitate in striking the beast down. But if they indeed have the touch, I will not risk them corrupting one of our own. What was that you said about a stone? A few days past, Tadia, a child of the Knights Blessed, was slain by the Sin Eaters. We succeeded in retrieving her body, but in our haste we failed to notice her necklace was gone. Strung to it was a pendant of jade, her heartstone. All the Knights Blessed are given such stone at birth. It is the most valuable possession one can own. It is custom to present the heartstone of the deceased at their funeral as an offering to the heavens. But now I have to go get it. What if I could find it for you? I have experience fighting Sin Eaters, and the light's corruption does not touch me like it does others. Master Matoya called you Minfilia, did she not? Are you truly the Minfilia, descended from the Oracle? Even so, I dare not ask you to risk your life for the Blessed. I understand how you feel, but I can't stand by knowing that your people are in need and I can help. Please, let me do this. Very well, but if the danger proves too great, you must retreat. I can never forgive myself if we were forced to hold a second service. I nearly forgot about Thancred. What if he returns before I do? Don't worry, I'll come with you. Thank you. With you at my side, I'm certain we can deal with them in no time at all. Go swiftly, and may the shadows keep you both. Awesome. That. An area called the Trip. There, the Sin Eaters. Oh. I was hoping there would only be one. Well, there's no way we can search for the stone without dealing with them first. Let's get to it then. What? Should we make a plan first? Though there are only two. I'll draw one of them away. You can deal with the other. Have you leveled up yet? Takes so long for them to level up. Mainly because most of the stuff that I do does not even have a chocobo involved. Really no more this far south? Seemed like it. Alcazar, there you are. It's done, though I fear I was a bit careless. I'll do better next time, I promise. I'm fine. You need to worry about me, but more importantly, we have to find that heartstone. They say it's made of jade, right? I'll search over there in the brush. Did she get hit? Uh-oh. She was touched. Okay, not there either. It's a fate. Change your fate. Yep, there it is. Did you have any luck? It's beautiful. This has to be it. You know, Thancred always said you were a man of many talents. I don't think I'm beginning to understand what he meant. I have much to learn if I'm ever to be even half the hero you. I have much to learn if I'm to be even half the hero you are. The hero she was. Oh, I'm sorry. I forget I said anything. We should turn back to Slitherbow. Runar and the others are probably worried. I'll be there momentarily. I'm going to go to this covered hills of Dwaddle area. Covered halls of Dwaddle. All the way back down. Ugh. Could any of you have conveniently gone back to town so I could just do both things in one spot? That was weird. Seemed like I had to click on him again for some reason. Thank goodness you were safe. I had begun to fear the worst. By all that is dark, you found it. We can proceed with our service as planned. These blessed gems serve not only to protect us in life, but to guide our spirits into the sunless sea in the hereafter. Even should we be felled by the Sin Eaters, so long as these gems are recovered, our souls are ensured peace in the dark. Words fail to express my gratitude for this kindness you have done for the blessed. I must insist you and your friends attend Tadia's service as honored guests. There's still much we must do to prepare, but please go and inform the others. It will be held in the darker. When you arrive, there should be an attendant present to explain the proceedings. Balgazar and I learned so much about the Knights Blessed while you were away, and we helped them recover a lost heirloom out in the woods. I know it wasn't supposed to leave, but they really needed our help. They were sin eaters, and as long as he accompanied you, but do try to be more careful, your injuries could have been a lot worse. How did you... Let's just say Little Bird told me, and it's telling me now that Balgazar has business with us. Is something the matter? They've asked us to attend the service? Of course we'll go. It's being held in the darker, is it? We'll take care not to be late, I promise. I'm just gonna go right now. Excuse me while I drive my car in here. The elderly woman hands you a candle, then she points over at a nearby corner where you might place it. Doesn't look like a corner to me, but okay.
It seemed only right that we show our faces. May we join you?
Let us begin. I thank you all for coming to pay respects to our fallen daughter of the night. In the light, she was known as Todia, but in the dark, we shall remember her always as Menine. Let us each take a moment to offer her our prayers. We entrust her now to the night's sweet embrace. In darkness will she be free from pain and suffering, now and forevermore. May her soul find peace in the sunless sea of heaven, and in the love we bear for her in our hearts.
That vessel represents the night sky, the sunless sea of heaven.
Call upon you now, O Lord of Shadow, to lead this gentle soul unto the sea. We call upon you, O warrior of darkness, to deliver her unto paradise everlasting.
I am told you assisted in the preparations for the service. On behalf of the Blessed, you have my sincerest thanks. The enduring legend of the Warrior of Darkness owes much to the traditions of these people. And none were more ardent in their faith than Todia. She would have been greatly moved by your presence.
I should like to have met her.
You might not deliver her to the heavens, but if you could deliver the night sky to her people, the real night sky, it would be the next best thing. Their prayers would finally be answered. They could gaze up at the firmament and see their ancestors in every twinkle of the stars. We cannot allow their hopes and dreams to drown in the light. We have to bring back the dark. If we don't, who will? Forgive me, thinking of all those we have lost.
No, it's all right. We will bring back the dark.
Mayhaps sooner than later, in fact.
What did you find out?
Orionje and I finished deciphering the tablet, and its contents were most illuminating. Let us reconvene in my chambers. We have much to discuss.
Let's walk all the way over there. I'm not walking. Good, you're here. Thanks to the Exarch's gift, our next course of action is now clear. Let me begin by first explaining the origins of this tablet. I initially believed it might detail the history of the Church of the First Light. Much to my surprise, it dates back to the end of the Ronkan Empire and was likely written under the direction of the reigning ruler. It was a time of strife and unceasing war with neighboring nations. With each passing day, they yielded more and more territory to their enemies. In the desperation, petitions for aid were sent out to their allies. This was one such petition. And you think this ancient petition will somehow help us get into Yuxmaja? Indeed we do. For etching this tablet is a method by which one may prove himself an ally of the Ronkan Empire. Provided we are able to decipher said instructions, we may entreat the ruin's protectors to grant us safe passage. The problem, however, is that presently lack the resources to decipher them in their entirety. We have but one recourse. There exists a stone monument inscribed with ancient Ronkan texts and translations into a more modern dialect, which came into use after the fall of the Empire. I am confident it will suit our purposes. Where is it? Is it in a dungeon? Yeah, where can we find this monument? Here in Sitia, it's quite close to Slitherbow, in fact. The good news ends there, however, for it is in the possession of a rather radical faction of Dark Worshippers, the Children of the Everlasting Dark. If I'm to study the monument, I must infiltrate their encampment. I have no intention of taking longer than absolutely necessary, but I will nevertheless require time to transcribe the text I need. To ensure that I will have enough, I'm afraid I must ask you and Thancred to assist me. Let's do it. Yeah. And before we even ask, the answer is no. If we're to remain unseen, our group must be as small as possible. Oh, all right, I'll stay here until you return. We won't be long. If anything should happen, you keep her safe. Of course. Then let us convene outside, to the west of the Slitherbough where the path diverges. Are you gonna teleport me or already do? Oh, nope. The encampment we seek is to the north, but it would be foolish to simply rush in. A guard has been posted at Cleric to keep watch over the children. Perhaps he has ought to share of the recent activity. But we must tread carefully. There is a chance we may encounter them along the way. Stay close and stay alert. I would avoid a confrontation if possible. They rejoice in dealing death to others, claiming that in doing so they cleanse their victims of sin and usher them unto the sunless sea. I would rather not sully my hands defending myself against such madmen. That's a Jinn. Later. I see you. Aid the Blessed Watchman. By the Blessed Dark. Thank goodness you are unharmed. We would have arrived sooner, but we too had a rather unwelcome visit from the children. You are an acquaintance of Master Matoya, then. My apologies. The children have been acting strange of late, so I thought to take a closer look. I was careless. Strange, what have you seen? At first, there seemed to be nothing out of the ordinary, the usual gathering of ingredients for poisons from flora and fauna. Then I took a notice of their venomous spiders. They've been breeding them in much greater numbers. It's as if they're preparing for something. Any ideas as to what? It could be anything, really. If it meant at the end of the Blessed, nothing would be too cruel or violent for them. But perhaps we can use their present preoccupation with spiders to our advantage. If we were to introduce a threat to the nests where they keep them, the children would be compelled to save them. Bees, for example, are a natural predator of spiders. Set them loose at the nests, and we'd have our opportunity to sneak into their encampment. What a mischievous plan. I like it. With a bit of smoke, we should be able to subdue a few colonies long enough to secure their hives. Have you anything we might be able to use? Oh, we should have smoke bombs at the outpost just over there. Then it's settled. Grab a few smoke bombs from the outpost and search about for beehives. I imagine the bees won't take too kindly to your visit, but once they're knocked out, take the beehives and bring them back here. 2 will suffice, I should think. And we'll just stand here and not do anything. There we go. I'm dancing. Oh, I was wondering where it was. Two of them. Get stuck on a rock. The guard returned his silver bow, but not before offering his thanks. As the beehives, Thancred and I were successful in acquiring what we need. How did you fare? This is more than enough. The children are certain to be displeased. Let us hurry before the bees begin to stir. The children's settlement is to the west, a place they call Woven Oath. According to the guard, there is an airway apart from the entrance, which leads to the spider's nest. If the fates are kind, the way will be clear. Yeah, buddy. Should be a either current near or right where I need to be. I think I see it. Oh, that's just a light. I'm like, oh, it says it's in there. Nope. Oh. Nope. Up there is the airway. Do you see it? A bit far, perhaps, but we should be able to toss the bag through. Though we should probably loosen the ropes keeping it closed, enough that it falls open when it lands inside. May I do the honors? That should do it. Now we wait. What is that? Bees! By the abyss, they're everywhere! Help! Someone help! We have to save the spiders! It sounds like our plan is working. Still, it is quite likely not all were drawn away from their posts. If you should come to blows with the children, I'll see to it any signs of struggle are concealed. Failing that, I'll create a distraction to buy you Stola more time. Should anyone get past me, it falls to you to guard her. Your concern is appreciated, but I sincerely doubt it will come to that. Why do I get the feeling you enjoy the idea of me loafing about bored in the shadows? Come now, Thancred. The shadows are a fitting place for a warrior of darkness. Now, if you both are ready. We'll get this one. Okay. How am I? Oh, there's a lily pad right there. Maybe that's how I do it. A wee bit of platforming. All right. 1200 yalms to the east, so yeah. That's good enough. Can I actually go underwater here? Yes, I can. Okay. Just checking. This the way in? I'll check this one. I don't know. Oh, never mind. It's like on the edge of the map anyway, so that way. That's the edge of the map too. What the heck? Maybe it's just not a flyable area. Later. Able to get past quite a few of them. The font of seeing suggests that this is a chamber for prayer. At the very least, they would not place this near potential distractions from their worship. Perhaps the monument is further in. Now, one more room. Found it. Yay. Yes, this is it. I'll be but a moment. Keep watch at the entryway. On second thought, would you mind examining the murals on these walls while I look over this? At a glance, I can tell they are old, predating the founding of the Blessed and the Children, in fact. That's the Warriors of Light. We're not like to come here a second time. It would behoove us to learn all that we can. Examine the murals and take note of what the events may depict. The mural appears to be ancient. A warrior in the middle stands triumphant over what appears to be a creature of shadow. Other figures surround the warrior, rejoicing in their victory. The mural appears to be very old. A ruler sits atop a throne, attended by their subjects. The mural appears to be fairly old. A knight shields himself and their comrades from an encroaching darkness. The central figure is considerably faded. Was it... Oh, what's his name? Ardbert.
These paintings, they seem familiar. Depictions of heroes throughout history. The Age of Gods, the Empire of Ronka, and this. There was a man, a researcher who pored over these pieces. He offered us work when we needed it. Slaying beasts, delivering provisions. A funny old bugger he was. But he had a good heart. He believed this first painting dated back to a time of myth and legends. A tribute to the heroes of a long-forgotten era. The story went that it was rediscovered by an explorer from Ronka, who was so struck by its majesty that a second painting was commissioned, commemorating the heroes of their day. One day you will all be here too, he said. Heroes immortalized forever. Maybe I'll paint you myself? I had a good laugh at that. We were only trying to make our way after all. Being heroes couldn't have been further from our minds. But it seems he actually went and did it. Before or after the flood, I wonder. Rather faded, isn't it, compared to the others? Or did someone try to scrape it off the wall? Well, maybe the man himself once he came to his senses. Do you suppose your deeds will warrant an addition to this collection? Or some other kind of monument?
There you are. I have everything I need. Let us quit this place. Is something the matter? We should go. The others are waiting.
Teleport me out, please. Heck yeah. I believe now we have everything needed to finish deciphering the tablet. Tell me, Malchazar, do the mirrors appear to be of any significance? Yep. Pictures of heroes from Age of Gods, the Runken Empire, and immediately before the Flood. Very astute observations. Perhaps in another lifetime, you can be a curator of antiquities. Though it has no bearing on the task at hand, perhaps that knowledge may prove to be of use in the future. Give me some feats. Let us return to Slitherbow. The others are waiting. After we've returned, the two of you should rest a little while. No, excuse me. Runar will be eager to have you sample his cooking. As soon as they discover anything of import, they'll be the first to know. Real quick, I'm going to get this little piece of the map so I'm going to come back when I get flying. It's just right here. Cool. Hey, a blue quest. I'll do that before I turn this one in. Unless it takes me to the next area anyway. Let's find out. Looks like this whole area is kind of cordoned off and I have to do all these things to get access to the next chunk. Look at this giant wall right here. Yeah, buddy. I'll just walk it. It's right here. Survey the designated area. Okay. A big boy. Choice location. You think you see him all the way over there? Through this tree? Or this rock? Uh-huh. What does this do? What does it do, though? Okay, so this is a Beast Tribe quest line. Alright, not gonna worry about it. Not right now, at least. Balgazera, my god told me you left Master Matoya to wove an oath, and no sooner do you return than she locked herself away in her chambers without so much as a word. She knows how I worry when she leaves without telling me that she is safe, and that is all that matters. You must be hungry after such a journey. Why not have a seat there by the fire? The stool will soon be ready.
Strange. The others on patrol should have returned by now. Our food will be overcooked if we wait any longer. We will just have to start without them. Would you call Master Matoya and the others?
I tire of these games, Urianger. Why do you pretend you cannot see it?
Eavesdropping.
The blessing may spare him the fate of becoming a Light Warden. But you cannot be blind to the nascent corruption. He is not as he was in the Source. Though I have no proof, I fear that the light which poured forth from the Wardens was not negated at all. I fear it was absorbed, that he has been suffused with their light.
Though I have given thought to this possibility, I dare not speak until more is known.
By the time you deign to enlighten us, it may be too late, if it is not already.
I'll be fine.
Urianger, I know full well, after all these years, that you have only the best of intentions. But that does not make it any easier to put my faith in a man so infatuated with secrecy. I have had my suspicions ever since the Exarch bade you speak that day. But now I must ask. The 8th Umbral Calamity and all that followed. Everything you claim to have seen. Did you?
Help! Someone help!
Of course.
Lawrence have come for us! We're under attack!
These guys again. Just give up. Meanwhile, in Yulmore, the Exarch's talking to Lord Vothry.
Lord Vorthry, how good it is to see you. How long has it been? Not since your inauguration, unless I'm mistaken. Too long, at any rate. May I say how humbled I am to be invited not only into your city, but your home. You are as generous as ever.
And you as disingenuous. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. This merry band of dissident people are calling warriors of darkness. They have slain sin-eaters, and by all accounts the Crystarium is complicit in their villainy. And now I hear reports of your people obstructing my soldiers. So I must ask, what exactly do you think you are doing?
I might ask you the same thing. It should be clear, even to you, that defeating the Light Wardens represents the world's only hope of survival. Even now, the people of Lakeland and Ilmeg rejoice in the return of night. For 100 years, they yearned for a means to fight back against the Sin-Eaters, and at last they have found one. Yet you choose to stand idly by and do nothing. Why?
Why? Because this hope you cling to is nothing more than a fever dream, an exercise in futility. Even should you slay the Sin-Eaters, the world as we know it is beyond salvation. With what little land and resources remain, the people would be free only to starve. Before long, they would turn to violence, into war, and ultimately usher themselves unto oblivion. They require a firm hand to shepherd them from the edge. The hand of a king. Nay, a god.
You're talking about yourself? Yes.
Their wish granted. I will give them peace, order, and they shall never want for bliss. Men are fickle creatures who entertain vague ideals without the faintest notion what they cost. But a little fear can go a long way towards helping them realize what it is they truly need.
Whisper, whisper, whisper.
Sanctuary. And they shall find none in this world save that which I afford them. That is why the Sin-Eaters exist. To unite the world under my dominion.
A paradise fit to grace the 8th Umbral era.
What was that?
A minor epiphany, nothing more. You have always held sway over those around you. Those who defy you must submit or die. What sits before me is the inevitable result of bloated privilege and unchecked power. But man is more resilient than you think. His achievements are not the product of violence and bloodshed, but compassion and understanding. This calamity is but another crisis to be overcome, and we will, once we eliminate the Sin-Eaters.
You poor deluded fool. These people care not for the morrow. They care only for the now, and the contentment they lack. What good is a paradise to them if it is 1,000 years in the making, or even 100?
You underestimate them, Lord Forthry. They see further than you think. I have beheld it in the blood and sweat and tears of those who would sacrifice everything for a future they may never know, that their children may never know. I have beheld it in the hopes and dreams of those who came before, which we bequeath to those who come after, that they might in turn build upon the foundations laid by our forebears. These are the bonds which hold man and his world together, not your gilded chains, and I will resist your every effort to shackle him.
In summary, you will continue to support the villains hunting my Sin Eaters?
With tremendous enthusiasm, for I have faith in the future they would build.
Why do I even bother? Fools, the lot of you! So naive! So painfully predictable! Did you imagine I did not know your mind? That I would wait until after this meeting to dispatch my forces? Even as we speak, they march to the Sin Eaters' defense. Insurrection will not be tolerated! The people of this world are mine to rule, mine to command. And you are no exception! What? How did he? Insolent swine! I will not stand for this! Do you hear me?
A temper tantrum. The man-child. It's Ranjit again.
You speak for the Knights Blessed?
I do. I presume that is your doing. If you've come to parley, I must insist that you first return him to us.
You're in no position. By Lord Vorthry's decree, Raktika now falls under the governance of Yulmore. You will henceforth answer to us.
No, we won't.
Is that so? And the children of the Everlasting Dark have acquiesced to this madness.
We have reached an accord, yes. Too many times have the Knights Blessed shunned Yulmore's overtures of friendship. The risk that you harbor hostile intentions has grown too great to ignore. Therefore, his lordship has claimed dominion over this forest and bestowed executive authority upon the children of the Everlasting Dark.
In his wisdom, Lord Vorthry has agreed to recognize ours as the only permissible expression of dark worship. It's one true faith. You and your false creed are a blight on these woods. A foul, unholy corruption that must be cleansed. Little wonder the warrior of darkness visits both Lakeland and Ilmeg, yet shuns Raktika. Your perverted teachings hold blessed shadow at bay.
You have accepted the yoke of Yulmore to spite us, then? Fools. Darkness will never return to these skies while they hold sway.
Those of you minded to obey his lordship are to make for Woven Oath with all haste. We will leave you, that you may have time to prepare.
Woven Oath? Are you suggesting we abandon our fate to join those zealots?
Yes, he is.
What has your faith afforded you thus far? Nothing! We will guide you along the righteous path.
And should we refuse?
Anyone found here upon our return will be considered a traitor to Yulmore and dealt with as such.
Just when they were trying to figure out how to get into the other part of the country.
We will discuss these developments after I have tended to our casualty.
Oriange! The guard hath been afflicted with the most terrible and efficacious poison. We have attempted all manner of healing incantations, alas his condition remains unchanged. At present we can but slow the poison's advance. I pray it will afford us sufficient time to find a cure. How fareth the young guard? The poison spread throughout his system long before he was brought here. At present, there is naught we can do but try to ease his pain. Do not blame yourselves, my friends. All that can be done has been done. Even had we reached him sooner, it would have made little difference. The children employ countless poisons. Finding a suitable antidote is a nigh impossible task. What of the rest of the Blessed? How have they taken to the news of Yulmore's generous proposition? With anger and dismay, we cannot hope to oppose both them and the children. I considered a convocation of all the Knights Blessed that we might consider their ultimatum, but I know how they will answer. Master Matoya, I am truly sorry. We cannot abandon our faith. But there is no reason for you to suffer for our decision. Your work is not yet done, and you still have time to flee. Flee? I am not wont to run from my troubles. In fact, with Malkazar's arrival, I am minded to take the offensive. Heck yeah, let's do this. The Ilmoran's presence here plainly stems from a desire to protect the Light Warden. I say we seek it out and slay the creature before they return. Were darkness to fall over Rectica, they would have no cause to remain. All which is rather easier said than done, unless of course you finally decipher that tablet. I have, as a matter of fact, and with it we can prepare everything we need to enter Yixmaja. What say you all? We all need to act quickly, but I believe it can be done. We cannot deny our fate, but one course lieth before us. We slay the Light Warden. There's some nods. Heck yeah. Good. I leave the Blessed in your capable hands, Runar. Very well. I see there is no changing your mind. By all that is dark, I swear to keep the Blessed safe. According to the tablet, we'll first need to obtain a seal used to identify the allies of Ronka in times past. One such seal should be waiting for us in a complex of underwater ruins not far from here. You have some experience with subaquatic excursions, do you not? Then this should prove a simple task for you. The ruins we seek are at the bottom of Lake Tusi Mekta. While you see to that, Memphilia and I will remain here to help shore up Slitherbow's defenses. Your aid would be greatly appreciated. That makes sense. Finally be able to walk behind something without it seeing me. For a while there, I was getting caught by everything, even if I was higher level than it. That one I walked in front of, though. There you are, ready for a swim? The seal we seek should be stored in a chamber somewhere inside the ruins beneath the lake. However, the entrance is seemingly protected by a subtle locking mechanism rooted in the symbolism of Ronkan culture. The Ronkan sought to live in harmony with nature and considered certain animals to be sacred. Foremost in their pantheon was the snake, portrayed as a protector of the wood, and the arbiter of life and death. Below it were four others, each in equal rank: the Quirrell, the Colibri, the Opopo, and the Wolf, characterized as bringers of liberty, words, enlightenment, and harmony, respectively. To open the chamber containing the seal, the tablet states that one must pay due deference to the three of these beasts by placing one's palm on monuments wrought in their image, and then that's been done in a specific sequence. If my interpretation is correct, the order can be discerned from the three commandments which follow. Give praise unto the snake, by its strength where lands prosper. Be as the Opopo rival they kin, as all parts seek betterment, so too does the whole. Be as the wolf, move as one. Peace comes to all who seek harmony with their kin. The tablet says not of the placement, size, or appearance of the monuments, alas. Hopefully all will become clear when you reach the bottom of the lake. Go safely. There we go. Oh, it's even further underneath me. You sense a stir somewhere else in the lake. Lago just gives me the answer and I don't have to figure anything out. Perhaps the chamber containing the seal has been opened. Ooh. The door opens to reveal a pedestal upon which rests a medallion. You take it and secure it inside your clothing. Did you find it? The image of an owl. This medallion, it bears the owl insignia of the Empire. There can be no doubt this is the seal of Ronka. Well done, Malchazar. We can begin our preparations to enter Ixmaja in earnest. Those are cool. Look at that. Crystalline. Bearing the seal, it should be possible to enter Ixmaja unmolested by its guardians. I will go ahead to Slitherbow and inform the others. When you have recovered from your exertions, meet with us in the cavern leading east out of the village. Good, you're here. Runer opened the gate for us but moments ago. Beyond lies Ixmaja, and presumably the Light Warden. It did not take long for the Woods Protectors to find you when I last came here, and I expect them to fall upon us just as quickly this time. Though we carry the seal, there is no reason for us to let down our guard. Now let us seek out the Warden and put an end to its reign over these woods. I'm gonna go get that Aether Current first.
It would seem we have found them.
You trespass upon sacred ground! Begone!
Wait! We did not come to!
Impressive. You don't have the seal in your hand.
Sister, is that...
We are allies of the Empire of Ronka. As is customary, we come bearing the seal of the Emperor.
appears to be genuine. Then perhaps there's yet hope.
Perhaps. We acknowledge your seal, but we must be certain of its authenticity. Follow the azure flowers to our village. There we will judge if you are friend or foe.
Try not to stray from the path. All right?
Follow the flowers. Would it kill them to escort us? But if it affords us an opportunity to investigate Ixmaya, fine.
Ixmaya. All these weird words. Alright, it's up there. I see it. Haha! I would have the seal, that we may confirm its authenticity. Straight to the point, I see. Very well. There is no mistaking the crest of the royal family. It is a proper size, and by its weight it is plain it is made from gold. The seal is indeed genuine. For 3,000 years we have waited for this moment, and now you are finally here. I bid you welcome, allies of Ronka. I am Almet, chieftainess of Fano. We met her younger sister. Simet, a pleasure. We were beginning to lose hope that you would come. I beg your pardon? These are troubled times for my people, though I cannot but imagine what has compelled you to venture into our woods. You must be tired after your journey. Come, take your ease. If you'd like, I will show you about the village. I must warn you, it is a long way down to the forest floors, so do watch your step. I'll be fine. This way, what is your name? Alcazar? And this is a common name nowadays? How times change. But I digress. Come, and be sure to watch your step. This one looks like it'll unlock the gemstone trader. Oh, let's get this out of the way. Wait, do I have gemstones? Oh, no. Tell me, glamour prisms. Oh, it's way over there. Okay. Right. Let's continue. Unlocked everything. As bearers of the seal, you have the right to know what became of the Empire and my people's purpose here. We are descendants of the Palace Guard, which served under the last Emperor, and to this day we carry on the duty of our forebears, the final decree of his evidence before Ronka's fall. By the wisdom of our people was Ronka made to thrive. Such knowledge must never be forgotten, nor may it be suffered to fall into the hands of the wicked. Keep it secret, keep it safe, and look to the coming of our allies. Unto them you shall bequeath our all, and thus will Ronka live on. By his command we have remained in the Raktika Greatwood, guardians of Ronka's ruins and the wisdom held within. I hope thou wilt not think the question impertinent, but do thy people's fame, longevity, perchance play a part in the Emperor's decision to entrust this mission unto thee and thine? It was one reason, yes. We Vase would easily live to see the 3 of your 11 lifetimes. We were also the fiercest fighters. There are none more fit than us to stand watch over the remains of Ronka. But our duty has grown ever more perilous in the wake of the flood. Settlements such as this one were plentiful before the light claimed dominion over the land, but now, Fano is all that remains. Our numbers dwindle year by year. Before long, there will be no one left to honor the Emperor's wishes. And you believe we are the allies for whom you have waited? You have the seal, do you not? After 3 millennia of waiting, that alone is nothing more short of a miracle. Truth be told, I had begun to think you would never come. Sister. We are glad of your presence here in the Greatwood. The wisdom of Ronka is yours should you wish it. You need only ask. Explain, 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 explain. You come in search of the Light Warden. My apologies, but I do not know where it makes its lair. Who we met, do you recall any sightings of this creature? Not these past 30 summers. 30? But that would mean, how old are you exactly? Rude. Young enough to remember. With age comes knowledge. There may yet be one among us who has seen or heard of the abomination you seek. We have leave to speak with the other V's then? But of course. Then we should split up and inquire individually. If someone knows something, I would hear it while there is time yet time to act. Gotta go talk to people. It was not my intention to pry, but your voice carries far. I know what it is you would ask of me. Unfortunately, the answer is no. I have not seen the Light Warden. I patrol the ruins perimeter regularly, and if it were hiding nearby, I would know about it. Look at this sightseeing. Aha! Required enhanced Requiescat. What does that do? Spells require no cast time while under the effect of Requiescat. Nice. An outsider? But how? By the gods, allies of the Empire. My sincerest apologies for failing to note your arrival. It was the warden you wished to know about, yes? My mother, may she rest in peace, told me once of its appearance in these woods. Before settling here in Fano, she lived in a village near Raktika Falls until it was destroyed by the Sin Eaters. While on a patrol one day, she spotted a swarm of the abominations, one of which was different from the rest. It was larger for one thing, but what struck her was the way its fellows seemed to revere it. She was convinced that what she had seen was a Light Warden. Your exchange has taught you something about the Light Warden's possible whereabouts. It's funny that even though this civilization is separated from the rest of the world, they use the same words. Light Warden. Hang on. Where's the nearest one? Oh, there it is. Light Warden? No, I have not seen it, but I have witnessed the horrors of the Lesser Eaters. How they are wont to hunt in packs and carry off their victims rather than consuming them on the spot. I suspect the Warden is a grotesque, corpulent thing, waiting patiently for its minions to bring it its next meal. Sounds like Vothri to me. We search for Light Warden. I cannot say I've ever laid eyes on it. Our duty is to protect the ruins, nothing more. We have no need to strike out in search of such a foe. I like how their naming convention does not match the one from Final Fantasy XII. I guess it's a different world still, but... And now if I see a VR running around with Met at the end of their first name, that makes sense. I pray the others were able to provide what I could not. Explain. Near Raktika Falls. Why was I not told of this? I think I see now why it was never been spotted on our patrols. I have never heard of this Raktika Falls. I can but assume it lies deep within the woods of Ixmaya. Just so, but the tunnel which leads there collapsed after a rather bloody battle with the Eaters, and has not been passable for many years. We made several attempts to clear away the rubble, yet each time we were driven back. In the end, we were forced to give it up as lost. Thereby making it a suitable place for the Warden to take sanctuary. There is perhaps one way to enter, though it would be a great peril to you and your companions. A dungeon. The Katana Revel, a temple to the northeast. It has been sealed for centuries, but within is a path that leads to the falls. Can it be opened? For the allies of Ronka, it can. First, we must go to the Camel Histropolis. Once the flow of magic is restored there, the path through the Katana Revel can be opened. This may sound a simple task, but there are certain obstacles which prevent us from attending to it ourselves. And we know not how to overcome them. The Emperor never granted our forebears leave to look upon the secrets we are charged with protecting. That we might not be tempted, the means to do so were withheld from us. We can but show you the way. The rest will be up to you. It would seem we have a work cut out for us then, shall we? You have to ask. Oh, there's a nod. Let us be about it then. If that is your wish, it is my duty to escort you. While we attend to matters at the Camille Histropolis, I would ask that your sisters accompany Urianja and Thancred and share with them all they can of these woods. While we have every intention of investigating Raktika Falls, 'tis yet possible the Light Warden dwells elsewhere. With that in mind, it would behoove us to prepare an alternative course of action. You emit, Simet, I leave them to you. Yes, sister. Should our present course prove false, doubt not that but Thancred and I shall find any and all possible paths forward. Bum, 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 bum. New chess piece. Oh man. What you seek lies in the heart of the Cumulostropolis. Unfortunately, it too was sealed shut by the order of His Eminence. If we are to open it, we must first look to the morning stars. Come, I'll show you the way. Blue quest. Stupid. That one's handy. It's right there. Guess I'll do that another time. We were able to keep up, I see. Well done. Ahead lie the morning stars, 4 monuments built in tribute to the guardians of Arctica. Beyond them is Great Pyramid of Uxner, where the flow of magic must be restored. It is said that the monuments are themselves the keys to opening the pyramid. Though I know not how, that is for you to discover. Another puzzle, wonderful. I would have a closer look. I see you. Only one more out there. That's southeast. Okay. It is indeed another puzzle, but for a blessing it appears to be similar to the one we encountered at the lake. These statues are depictions of the divine beasts mentioned on the tablet. No doubt they will open the way to the pyramid in the like manner, but we have but to discern the correct order. Let's split up a search of the area for clues. These ruins are covered in ancient inscriptions. The answer may well be hiding among them. Indeed, it may be best to transcribe them if they are numerous as you say. Better than that than risk overlooking something. The transcription would prove impractical for you, not being versed in Ronkan script. No matter, you will employ different impressions. Here, I thought to use these clay tablets to record any significant imagery we discovered, but they will serve you just as well. Take impressions of any inscriptions you find. We'll start at the base of the pyramids. You begin at the top. When you finish, return here and I'll translate your findings. I really gotta jump up. Yeah, stupid. Come on. What? Can I not get up? Thank you. Okay, cool. That was weird. Tedious. Come on. No, I'm gonna get off my mount. It'd probably be easier. Leave me alone. Yeah, you distract him. Thank you. Appreciate it. I trust you've made good use of those clay tablets. Well done. A moment while I decipher what you found. Even though it took me quite a while before, now it only took me a moment. Perfect sense. Apologies for the delay. Nothing we saw at the base of the pyramids gave any hint as to the solution of the puzzle, focusing instead on how to proceed having solved it. Your findings, on the other hand, appear to form a riddle. Once assembled, it reads as follows. Come together, share despair. Go thy ways, dread burdens bear. Mark the crown, heed its call. Avert thy gaze, forever fall. I had assumed that the puzzle would involve a sequence, but from what Ahmet and I were able to gather, it is but a matter of suffusing one of the statues with ether. The question being, which one? Have you any thoughts? Given your talent for finding solutions to vexatious problems, I think it best that you choose a statue. What say you, Malkazar? Any more time to consider it, take it, but do make taste. I would suggest seeking Elmet's counsel, but she seems rather preoccupied with reciting the riddle. At the very least, you should consider having a second look at the statues themselves. Perhaps they offer some clues to which is the correct choice. Come together, share despair, go thy ways, dread burdens bear, mark the crown, heed its call. Avert thy gaze, forever fall. I think it's going to be the owl. Alright then, after you have selected a statue, I'll imbue it with the required ether. Should it prove to be a trap, I am more than capable of warding off any malign magics it may contain. Now which statue will it be? All right, I pray this works. I hope I picked the right one. The ether has been absorbed. You really do have a talent for these things. Yeah, thumbs up. Thanks. Appreciate it. I was right. Look at that. I guess it wasn't that hard after all. Once you've figured out the orientation of the statues. The way should be clear now. Come, let us... Someone approaches. Of course they do. Sister! Sister! Silent! What are you doing here? What has happened? Gilmoran soldiers. They have entered Ixmaya. Gilmoran soldiers, and what of the Blessed? Nothing specific, but it seems Gilmorans had little interest in Slitherbow or its people. According to our scouts, the general and his men made all haste for the gate of Ixmaya upon finding it. Together with Thancred, Weemet and some others have engaged them at the border. You are to return and assist Weemet at once. They are not to set foot near the ruins or Fano. You'll see to other matters here, and return as quickly as we can. Understood? Yes, sister. Be careful. I thought I knew, though I knew time was short, I did not expect the Yulmorans to move so swiftly. But we have come too far to turn back now. Time is against us, friend. Quick, into the pyramid. Before I go in, I'm gonna go get that last, go out of my way and go get this thing. Yeah, hunt. Cool. East! I'm going the wrong way. I've been paying attention. It's southeast. A little derpy there. Go, go, go. The last one that I could find out in the wilds. I should just... It's over in there. Stupid. I'm gonna go get it. I'll probably end up going there anyway, but I just want to get it off my list. Floor mandrill as opposed to ceiling mandrill. There it is. Yeah, buddy. Just faster just to do this, and then I'll walk all the way up there. Or should I get the blue quest done? Yeah, let's do that. Perfect. Wasn't too long. All right, back to the pyramid. Only one more blue quest plus the final quest, and then I'll be able to fly in this zone. Heck yeah. Oh, is it a maze? A lot of wood bats in a pyramid. Makes sense. They aren't pyramid bats. Looks like a dungeon. The switch should be through these doors and the confessional of Deposit the Elder. But why is it not open? Magic appears to be flowing through the walls, but it's being obstructed as it approaches the door. Is it as strange that only one of those pedestals bears an owl statue? Where's the other one? Strange indeed. The second statue was likely hidden to keep the door sealed. We can cover more ground if we split up. Ahmet, take the chamber to the south. Malchezer, the one to the east. It's been 3,000 years. What makes you think it's still... I will search the chamber to the west. What makes you still think it's here? It could be in Yulmore, for all we know. It'd be funny if one of these times I wasn't the one to find it, someone else found it. I might have to run from a boulder. Cut out to me just in time. I looked everywhere and... Wait, is that... The statue, you found it. It looks light enough. We need to return it to the other altar, no? One might assume so, but nothing about these ruins has ever been quite so simple. I sense a strange energy emanating from the eyes of the statues and the corridors of this place. Should this figure be moved, it would not surprise me for them to suddenly stir to life. A trap, then, for the unsuspecting as they attempt to return this to its rightful place. Precisely. Caution would serve us well here. Which is why I would ask you to deliver the statue to the main chamber. An abundance of magic yet courses through these walls. For my eyes, distractingly so. I believe yours, on the other hand, would more aptly perceive the traps for what they are. Leave it to me. Alright then, we will meet you at the door of the confessional of Tapasa the Elder. You'll have 2 minutes. Do I have it already? Oh, yes, I do. Enemies will sap my strength, is what they're saying. Don't stand in front of the eyes. At least they're making it super simple. Successfully deliver it. The statue's return, but was that enough? I believe it was. I could see ether flowing to the door now. Ancient disease. I pray this means an end to the tricks and traps of these ruins. I doubt it. Well done. You are but one step from entering the Katana Ravel, but I must warn you, this last step is without question the most perilous. Overcome this final trial, and the path forward will open to you. A path laden with more traps, puzzles and traps, I am sure. Did the Emperor always take such pleasure in wasting the time of his allies? Let us end this, Malchazar, while time is dead on our side. Legends of the not-so-hidden temple. Nice. Before we enter, I would tell you the trial that awaits you. The chamber is said to be filled with the men or devices to keep trespassers away from the switch. The most potent being words of displacement. They may very well force you into danger. Should you become separated, please use these. Whisper reads. They will let us communicate no matter where we may find ourselves. I think Malchazar and I can work out how these work. Use these well enough, thank you. Very well, Malchazar. The sooner we finish here, the sooner we can return to the others. Oh, it's a duty. It's not a dungeon. That's still pretty cool, though. I mean, it's a solo duty. Just say it that way. We must hurry before the Ilmoran soldiers gain any ground. Wait, do you see the sentinels? Yeah. They are made to curse any who enter the pyramid. It is said to be seen by them as to be seen by death. Beware their gaze. Let's get moving. Sister, can you hear me? 2 soldiers have broken through our defenses. Follow them. They are not to reach this temple, understood? A pair of soldiers somehow made it past my sisters. No doubt on their way here. All the more reason we should hurry then. Well then let me move. Still making it really easy. Yes, there is a pattern to their movements. If you don't see it, then I don't know what to do for you. Don't be seen. They're massive. How are we to get around them? I will draw their attention with the glamour. It will not last long. The moment they distract you, we must run with all haste. Get ready to run. Now! Come on. A teleportation device. This should end well. There's no turning back. Why am I always the last one? Malgazar Almet, can anyone hear me? We've been sent to separate chambers. Dismissed. Poison, it has nullified my magic. These markings on the floor. I think they show the way out. Oh, it's a slidey ice puzzle. Nope. That one wasn't too bad. Somehow we are still in one piece. This means little to the others if we do not hurry. Can't sprint. That's what I thought. Giant rock. What was that noise? Classic. By the gods! Get on the side so they can't get you. Run! I'm trying to. There, the crevice in the wall. HP regeneration is stopped and cannot execute actions. Make it any easier. We have to jump. Yeah. Well, there's no going back now. I pray it is not much further. Sister, they've reached the temple. I fear they are too fast for us. Be careful of the traps inside. We are nearly there. It is unheard of for anyone to outpace the V's. What is this man who comes after us? Could it be Ranjit? If so, we have precious little time. Well, let's stop standing around. Is there no end to this place? I pray that trap was the last. Another door, wonderful. I can but imagine what awaits us inside. There you are. It's Ranjit. Ow. I fear this is going nowhere. We met Sima. You know what to do. At once, sister. I have him. Pathetic. Quickly, make for the heart of Tupasa. Oh, Malgazar, I will draw their attention. Maybe he's a Light Warden, or maybe Vothri is. I don't know. Vothri seems more logical.
I think not.
General, hold on!
Bye. Aw.
Expertly done.
How was I to know that that would happen? It looked like any other part of the floor.
Push him in.
Might now be an opportune time to strike a bargain? We poisoned a number of villagers in Slitherbow with a toxin brewed for us by the children.
I dare say you know how potent their concoctions are, and the futility of trying to counteract their effects. Now, try anything here, and we're all likely to fall. Eventually someone will come to our rescue, or yours. Promise us safe passage, and we'll give you the antidote. Do we have a deal?
We do not negotiate with the enemy. The villagers' lives are forfeit, as is yours.
General?
I saw that coming. Dang, she's good.
Do not fail.
Did she just...
How noble. Pointless.
Is everyone all right? What in the...
Oriage! At once! Down with you!
Where is Y'shtola?
No, she's going to return as Y'shtola the White. How do we get out? Thankfully, Ranjit's cohorts had the good sense to fall back. We should be here soon with a word from Fano. We should hold our position here until she arrives. Ahmed, please tell me you know if that hole might lead into the woods somewhere. Were there another means of exiting the temple? There is no question that we would know of it. But I fear there's a little consequence, for we have tried to mark the depth of the pit and failed. To fall from such a height. Sister, I come bearing news. The Ilmoran soldiers and the children have fled Ixmaya. They abandoned Slitherbow as well, though they yet remain in the swamps near Lakeland. Unfortunately, a number of the Blessed were poisoned while fending off the soldiers. Only one we believed to be of their order was found lost in Ixmaya, feverish and badly wounded. He was taken to Fano for treatment, but I fear there's little we can do for him. He and the other Blessed will not last long without an antidote. Guess what I have? We must act quickly. If you have a spare vial, Minfilia and I can deliver it to the Blessed at Slitherbow. You and Orianji should return to Fano and tend to the wounded villager there. What about Y'shtola? I know it seems callous of us to leave, but she leapt into that hole for a reason. We have to save the Blessed, whatever it takes. Alright. My sisters and I will remain here. We must be certain no soldiers are still lurking about. Come, Ugzir, let not Yshtola's sacrifice be in vain. Stefano. I'm still here to kill that Light Warden, though. Ouch. Runar! A groan. Heavens forfend, Runar. It was he who forestalled the Ilmoran's procession, and in doing so afforded thee time to traverse the temple. Quickly, the antidotes. I'm arranged to talk to Urianger, but not arranged to use an antidote. Okay. Groan. Sylph appears visibly pained. Perhaps he requires another dose of medicine. Seems to take effect as color slowly creeps back into his cheeks. I had most of it. What happens to everyone else? Slitherbow, come on. It would appear the worst has passed, though his wounds yet want for mending. I shall administer to him forthwith. Rest, Melchizedek, I prithee. I shall attend to Runar's ministrations. You got a nat 20 on catching and throwing.
Runar, thank goodness.
We delivered the antidotes to Slitherbow, and from what we could gather on the way here, the Ilmorans have had the good manners to withdraw. Thank the gods they did, or we would never have made it here in time. I'm told we have Runar and his comrades to thank for keeping the soldiers off the road prior to their retreat. They were preparing to come for you and Y'shtola, it seems, when Runar rallied the villagers and pursued them out of Slitherbow.
In the care of the Vis. Thou art safe now, friend. Pray, rest thee a while longer.
No. No, I am all right. Somewhat heavy of limb, perhaps, but otherwise well, I assure you. I am glad to see you are all safe. When we realized where the soldiers were headed, we knew something had to be done. I do not see Master Matoya. She was with you, yes? What happened to her?
You save the Knights Blessed, albeit at cost.
Spare me your riddles and speak plain. Where is Master Matoya?
Explain, explain. Yep, more explaining.
No. No. No, that cannot be. Why would she do such a thing? Was there no other way? I cannot believe that she... We must begin the search immediately. I will come with you. What are you waiting for? We must find her. She could be trapped, or hurt, or... She is alive. She is alive, damn you.
Probably. Aw, cry, cry. He loved her.
Forgive me for interrupting, but our scouts have spotted an intruder. We thought perhaps he might be an associate of yours.
Emmett Selk. Everyone just a little smirks.
Oh, look who it is.
Oh, this is embarrassing. In my defense, they are surprisingly tenacious. So, what trouble have you gotten yourselves into this time?
I thought you were watching the whole time. I guess I'm explaining it to him. Explain it to the enemy, I guess.
Well, well. What an intriguing turn of events. My condolences, by the way. It is never easy to lose the ones we love.
You know, you can go like teleport down there and look.
Well, she is dead, isn't she? Wishing it were otherwise will not make it so.
That you should be indifferent to her loss is no surprise. To us, she was a friend. The best of friends.
You have something on your mind. What is it?
A blast of air. There was a powerful gust of wind as if from nowhere.
Pray recount to us again that which thou witnessed in the ruins, omitting not the slightest detail. Flow.
The teleportation magic she used to spirit us away from Uldar after the bloody banquet. I recall a similar gale in the tunnel before it took effect.
Interesting. I thought I sensed a brief disturbance in the live stream. How reassuring to know it was not my imagination.
What?
I felt felt it only once, I should mention, which would suggest she is still adrift on its currents.
Then I fear she may yet be lost to us. For it was only by the grace of the elementals that she was plucked from that great ethereal river.
Ah, very well. I'll go and fetch her. Perhaps a clear and unambiguous act of kindness will serve to win the trust you seem so determined to deny me.
I don't know if I trust any, but no. Now then, if I'm to fetch her for you, I'll require a suitable place to work. You must find somewhere that resonates strongly with the life stream. And by me, I mean you. To that end, I give you this, an ethereal lamp of my own design. Keep it close as you venture out into the woods. The brighter the glow, the stronger the location's resonance with the life stream. Once you have a likely spot, all you need to do is whistle. You do know how to whistle, don't you, hero? Just put your lips together and blow. Wrong way. Come on. Are these enemies? Lamp glows warmly. Oh, wrong way. So it still has the cooldown, but I can do it while running around. Brightly.
Yes, this place should serve well enough. Might I have a little space? I need to concentrate. was her soul again?
Is she gonna come out naked again?
Ah, there you are.
She is naked again.
He's done it. He's brought her back.
Huh. Convenient.
Ishtola, are you all right?
Yes, though I cannot imagine how. What happened?
Thou didst invoke the power of flow, which thence did usher thy soul unto the life stream.
I wanted to save the antidote, and after that... I did something exceedingly reckless, for which you will just have to forgive me.
I don't have to do anything.
Master Matoya, oh, thank the heavens you're all right. I had nearly given up hope.
Please, Renard, dry your tears. What would the others think if they saw you like this? Come now. Did you really think I would go gently into that dark night with so much left undone? So many mysteries left unsolved.
Is there aught you wish to say to me? A word of thanks, perhaps?
Yeah, no kidding.
Emmet Selk, the Ascian of whom I spoke. 'Twas he who plucked thee from the light.
I see. Thank you. Differences notwithstanding, you saved my life, and for that I am grateful. But let us turn our attention to more important matters, such as the Katana Ravel. You had better not have explored its depths without me.
Heavens no, in fact I was awaiting your return.
Well, Almet and the others should be pleased to see you in such uncharacteristically high spirits. Let us return to Fanoff then, and discuss the coming expedition.
Fanoff. Fanov. I guess you do have a slight Russian accent, so the W should be a V. What a touching reunion that was. Fair brought a tear to the eye. But as we both know, such tender moments are nothing if not momentary. Before long, they'll remember their many differences and return to squabbling. Says the Archbringer of Chaos. I'm like right on top of him. Ahaha, flattery will get you nowhere, dear boy. But seriously, we Asians do what we do for the greater good, for the rejoining. Though we may sow the seeds of chaos, it was man who tends them, he who reaps their bountiful harvest. But I grow tired of these arguments. If you would kindly refrain from retorting and return to your customary brooding silence, I will take it as thanks for rescuing your companion and leave it at that. Now, we mostly keep our friends waiting. I'll just teleport in. Whatever. Really? Can't stop me from teleporting. Never mind. What are these things? I guess I'm walking. Thanks, Blue Deer Doe. Ganov. My apologies for having put you all through such an ordeal. I could see no other way to say the night's blessed. Happily, both they and I yet live, thanks to you. But our work here is not yet done. We must make her ready to enter the katana ravel and put the light ward into the sword. With the Ulmorans gone and your companion now returned, I think it best you go now before they can regroup. This music. With magic flowing once more through the Great Pyramid of Uxner, the entrance to the Katana Ravel should now be open. Or Katana Ravel. Before we leave, Oriandra, did you discover anything that may suggest the Light Warden hides elsewhere? Nay, though we had but little time before the Ulmorans' most unwelcome arrival, we scoured the nearby environs and spoke once more with the one called Kirill. Having hearkened to her tale, it is my judgment that the Sin Eater which her late mother did espy was indeed the being we seek, and that it most likely resided in the vicinity of Raktika Falls. In the absence of any subsequent sighting, I have no reason to believe our quarry hath sought out a new sanctuary, and given the considerable difficulty we face in reaching the falls, we may be certain it hath not been disturbed by man. Then our course is clear. We must navigate the Katana Ravel and make for Raktika Falls. Though you see it has but another obstacle to be navigated, the Katana Ravel is the oldest and most sacred of our temples. The accumulated knowledge of the Empire is said to reside within. Knowledge which is rightly yours, as allies of Ronka, you are welcome to explore. I fully intend to survey every elm of it once our mission is complete. Were the Emperor still alive, he would be overjoyed to hear you say so. But I must warn you, though the way is open, it will still be heavily guarded. To discourage trespassers and test the worth of our allies, it had to be so. Be careful in there. Head east and you will find the path of azure flowers leading to the Ravel. I wish you safe passage through its halls. Last Mertoya, I know I cannot dissuade you from going, so please, promise me you'll return safely. The Knights Blessed need you. I need you. You need not worry, Runar. I shall return and bring with me a long-awaited gift. One the Knights Blessed will treasure now and forevermore. Now, let us away. Aww. Cut off the cool music for that. Hey, Blue Quest. Do this first. let's go do this. I hate how it breaks up the flow, but it is what it is. Nothing could be perfect, I guess. That didn't take too long. I should have, yep, after that I'll have just this final quest. This one gives me the last one, yep. What is this one? Seeing Eye to Eye. Must be another Beast Tribe quest. And that one spot had a different music. Dungeon time, hopefully. Katana Revel. You feel the aether flowing through the door, Joe push maybe all that's required. Our earlier efforts were not in vain, it seems. Stay on your guard. We know not what waits us inside. Yeah. Oh, you stole as a sorceress. Whatever that is. I guess Oracle of Light isn't really a class either. This music, what? Well, hello there. Hey Kito, how you doing? Nice, nice. Just finished work. I have a few days off, so I'm enjoying it while I can. Guardians of Revel and the Emperor, I bid you awaken. Open your eyes and purge the rebel of this taint. Oh, hello. I guess that makes sense. I'm gonna do as much of this as I can. Hang out with my newborn. My brother's coming into town tomorrow. No, just a bunch of stuff. Guys, get out of that. Jeez. Yeah, yep. Thank you so much. Good times, man. I haven't seen you around in a while. But I also, you know, haven't been streaming a whole lot either, so I guess that makes sense. Another girl. I have 3 girls now. As much as I do like doing these trusts where you go on with NPCs, they sure take a lot of killing of them because they don't know how to AoE. Yeah, but other than that, how you been? Hanging in there? Yeah. Is that what you do for a living? Eight hours. Ugh. Couldn't even imagine 8-hour lines. Oh, I bet. But you're home now, so get a drink, take a load off. Watch your favorite streamer. You know how it works. Alright, first boss of this dungeon. Let's see what they do. The Ronkins guard their secrets well. Its design recalls to mind the Ronkin 8 legends of 8 giants. Fascinating. Crash intruders, rog. Soup and some whiskey. Alright. Oh, is this going to be the boom? Yes, it is. Sun toss, what's that do? That hits everybody. A Ronkin statue begins to emit an eerie glow. Alright. Ooh, dang. Oh, I guess I gotta pay attention to those statues too. Heat up. Ah. No, it does fire. Ah, okay. And it was on the right side, so I can't be on the right side when it does that. Okay, makes sense. So it's gonna heat up its right side. I'm gonna move over here so I don't get hit by that. Oh, that's a different thing. I'm not paying attention. I need to keep reading the stuff coming out. So I avoided that one, but I didn't avoid the statue. I need to be over here now to avoid that guy. Okay. I wasn't even close, but okay. That's fine. But it's one of the reasons I do, again, as much as these trusts or take a while, at least you can learn without having any, anybody be like, what the heck, dude? L to play. It's going to heat up again. Heat up its left side now. It should die by then. Come on, guys, attack it. Jeez. Truly a fascinating specimen of Ronkin ingenuity, though thankfully nowhere near the fabled might of Lazadal. The fabled might. Yeah, well, that was just the first boss. There could be more. Well, there are going to be more. But you know what I mean. A faint cry echoes through the temple. What's that? Acrobats? Really? Take some spiky light. Yes, we shall, Rion. An unsettling cry rings out through the temple. There it is again. Stand your guard. We near the tremor's source. Take down this anaconda. I'm tired of having to dodge stuff. A piercing cry rings out through the temple. Come on. And dead. The deafening cry rings out throughout the temple. Any of those things better for me? Nope, nope. Oh. Oh ho. What is this thing? Bat Squatch? Really? By the gods, it's hideous. Yeah, that's such a beast could survive down here all this time. Wonder if there's any hints. Like on the art on the walls. I guess we'll find out. Sound wave. What is that one gonna do? Just hit everybody. Gotcha. Subsonics. Okay. That's annoying. Look, like there's stuff to hide behind now. Oh, never mind. Don't get hit by those. A little bit of Yojimbo there. Knocking stuff over and if you get right out of the way. Dead. Take that. My ears won't stop ringing. Well, that we could stop and rest, but we must press on. Thanks, Yashtola. What the? At last, Raktika falls, and below awaiteth the Light Warden. Yep, now we're getting some Sin Eaters here. Oh, they're throwing stuff. I was wondering, what the heck are those coming from?
Away with you!
Oh, there they are. The two guys that were throwing stuff at me. Hello. More dudes that are gonna jump in. I hope you guys didn't stand in the AoEs. That's what I thought. It gives you the sword and the shield at the same time. That's awesome. Here we go. Light Warden time. Ha! Eros. Cool. It's a cat with a mandrill face on one of them. All right. The light warden of Arctica, it is more terrible than the V's described. Let's do this. Rend, is that your tank buster? Oh yeah. Hound out of heaven. I can hit everybody. Ow. That looked like that hurt. Aw, little poison pancakes. Inhale. Is he gonna inhale the poison? Try not to get knocked through the poison. I gotcha. Come on, I'll leave this up. So you take I do way less damage from you. Might as well use it up. Confession of faith. Okay. Oh, don't stand in front of him either. Oof. Over here. Almost done. Yeah, buddy. Huge success. Like a scaly cat mandrill thing was kind of cool. Aw, sad face. I am to absorb that light. Excuse me.
The Light Warden is dead. The Blessed's prayers have been answered.
Aye, that they have. His condition yet troubleth thee?
It does. Though he shows no immediate signs of corruption, the danger remains. He must be told. Would you describe it to me, Marie-Angé? Paint for me a picture with your words.
A sea of shimmering stars. Diamonds strewn across a raven gown. Boundless and beautiful. 'Tis an exquisite sight, not unlike that of the source. Calm and gentle and forgiving.
I can see it.
For however deep the void, or wide the expanse, there is no shore so distant as to be beyond the reach of light. Ominous though that may sound, given our present travails.
Aw, she touched his butt.
Well fought. Let us return home.
I thought you couldn't see.
The murals. If I am not mistaken, they predate the Empire.
How can you tell?
A peculiarity of the paint. Most are made from mineral-based pigments. But whatever was used here is older than anything I have ever seen. According to Almet, this sanctuary was built to preserve the wisdom of the ancients. What events do these murals commemorate, I wonder?
Hydaelyn defeating Zodiark, maybe.
Must you always linger after defeating your enemies? Navigating these halls on foot is exhausting.
Come to lead us to safety, have you?
I was bored. But how is the hero of the hour? Fighting fit, I see. Keep up the good work.
Regretting something.
He wants me to destroy the Light Wardens.
Every day. But never you mind about that. As I have told you 1,000 times before, I like to watch. Nothing more. Well, I would quit this place and I suggest you do the same. There is yet work to be done. There is a sight to bring a tear to the eye.
You recognize these scenes?
That I do. Indeed, there was a time when anyone and everyone would. Until one calamitous day when the world was divided across 10 and 3 reflections, sundering the land and all who dwelled upon it. And the worst part? No one could remember it. Not really. Just fragments and fleeting memories of an achingly familiar world. A vision shared of a paradise lost, preserved only in song and scripture and paint. Once upon a time. Yet here we find ourselves again, to look, learn, and remember.
Then share with us the stories you know so well. We are listening.
Before the Great Sundering, there was one world. A world that knew naught but peace and prosperity. Until it was faced with a crisis. Unprecedented, terrifying. Civilization found itself perched upon a precipice, staring into oblivion. But through prayer and sacrifice, the will of the star was made manifest. Zodiark was his name, and by his grace was the calamity averted.
Zodiark.
A savior mighty and magnificent, deserving of reverence and gratitude. One would have thought, yet some thought otherwise. From the fears of these naysayers would rise Hydaelyn, she who was to serve as his shackles, to bind him and hold him in check. And so they fought, and they fought, and they fought, and in the end, Hydaelyn was victorious. With all her strength, she smote him, dealing a blow so devastating that it split the very fabric of reality. And thus was Zodiark banished and his being divided. That concludes today's lesson on long-forgotten history. Though I imagine your mother would offer a rather contradictory account, as is her wont.
I'm sorry, I can only assume I misheard. But it sounded an awful lot like you were implying both Zodiark and Hydaelyn are not gods. Well,
What? Not gods of the first? Is that what you thought these paintings depicted? Or... Oh. They are gods after a fashion, yes. But no different from the kind with which you are so intimately acquainted. Formed of faith and prayer, of conviction and devotion. The eldest and most powerful of primals.
You have spun quite a tale. Yet you have not explained the role of the Ascians in all of this. How is it you are privy to ancient secrets lost to time?
Finally you ask the right question. And shrewd questions warrant honest answers. We Ascians know because it is our history, our story. It was we who summoned Zodiac, we natives of that sundered paradise. Now, do you see why we yearn for the great rejoining? For our world, for our people, for all creation to be made whole again. Wouldn't you wish for the same?
His little wave. Whatever. I'm done with you. So who are the good guys? That was an enlightening experience, though not in the way I had hoped. Do you suppose there is any truth in Emmett Silk's claims? I can fly. The recent events plainly warrant further discussion. I think it best that we wait until Alphino and the others are present. Emmett Silk concluded. How convenient that he should choose this moment to keep to the shadows. Well, no matter. For the present, we should return to Fanov and make certain of the Ilmoran's withdrawal. After that, Slitherbow. The Blessed are no doubt elated by what has become of the sky. Ah! Yay, flight. Alright. I'm gonna finish this map up. And then I'll probably be done for the day. That's a nice 5 hours streaming, which is fantastic. Oh man. Alright, cool. Got that. Let's teleport back here. Do not use one of my free tickets. Nice. Almost level 79 as well. Let's go stand by the person I need to talk to. And then we'll go ahead and end it here. Thank you all for watching. Peace out.